Test, test. Hello. Can all of you hear me? Loud and clear. Perfect. Hello, Nikki. Beautiful tempo. FRs, I'm guessing. Keel. Dog. How y'all doing? Hello, Neds. Donnie. Dryrox. Or Drayrox, one of the two. This is a rather spontaneous stream. I did not schedule this one ahead of time. Well, I did. Only 5 minutes, though. But I don't really count it. I'm doing good. Finally released Spec on Beta 2, and there's been a bunch of other cool updates that I wanted to go over. One is about kilohertz and faceplant. Another one is a new plugin that you guys should check out. And then Bitwig, which has been getting very steady updates for the beta. We're actually on beta 9 now. The flu's gone. It actually didn't hold on for too long, but the gunk still very much in my system. Hello Shinigami, Sky Falls. We're making Voltage 4 remake on this one. Not sure if it'll fit into the track. I think we just had a dropout. Thanks to Starlink. That will happen from time to time. There's no way around it. For this stream, I've tried something. I've lowered the bitrate quite significantly. We're now at only 2,500 kilobytes per second. It's like 2.5 megabytes per second upload, I think. But it is encoded in AV1, which is sort of the superior a codec for YouTube. So you get much better quality at lower bit rates. So hopefully that's a way to kind of circumvent the problem. And my GPU supports it, and I think most systems nowadays support encoding it. So hopefully that's not going to be a problem. But yeah, as you can hear, yeah, I got the flu a while ago. I actually wanted to stream, I think, 1 or 2 weeks ago, but I obviously couldn't. But the things I want to talk about anyways have only really happened in the past few days, so fits quite well. But yeah, I'm gonna let this track run out one more time, and then we're gonna get into stuff so people can gather and join up. I'm just gonna clean my nose real quick. Alright, for anyone wondering, the ID that's playing in the background, that's actually from 2022, apparently. It's a very old work in progress from like 2 to 3 years ago. I'll be right back, I'm gonna have to take one of those. Should have eaten some spicy ram before this, just to clean up my throat. But yeah, that being said, I think we've got enough people in to start talking. I'm going to start turning down the music. And there we go. I think we had another buffer there. Hello, Busty. So, one of the first things I want to talk about is probably more general things. It's the new plugin, and it's something about kilohertz and Faceplan. They've recently done an update that is quite important, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and switch the scene Also, don't mind my raspiness. I do have a little bit of gunk in me right now that I need to get rid of. But let's switch the display. I'm going to try and see if I can load up the kilohertz installer. There we go. Before we get started, I need to just clear my throat a little bit, and then we'll get started. All right, I think I got it. I think I've got most of the gunk out now. So first things first, let's talk about updates to all kinds of things. Let me go ahead and stretch this out. All right. So the very first thing I want to talk about is something that I actually requested a while ago. If you don't know, there's a kilohertz Discord server, and you could just, you know, you have a general chat, you have sound design, you have bug reports and feature requests. So the devs actually look at all of the things that people post, and if there's anything that you really want from Faceplant or any of the snap-ins, the team at Kilohertz is definitely always looking and considering things. And one thing in particular that I recently noticed was with Faceplant's wavetable oscillator. It had a weird, I think I posted it in I think it was in bug reports. It had a weird phenomenon where if you were to have a wavetable with just a sine wave, I think it was somewhere over here, you'd get these artifacts right here. So this would just be a wavetable. I think I can load up Bitwig here just to kind of demonstrate it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not right. Yeah. So prior to this update, let me see if I can actually read the chat as well. Longer there. Can I make this shorter even? Yes, I can. Perfect. Push it down. There we go. All right, I'll put this over here. So, and then I'm going to stretch this out until it reaches the corner somewhere over there, I think. There we go. Okay. So in the prior update to the new version for Faceplant, when you would play a wavetable oscillator in Faceplant, so not the analog oscillator, just the regular wavetable oscillator, and you would play a sine wave, so just a simple sub sine wave, right? So we're just going to normalize this, Set this to 0. I assume you guys can hear this. Check. Yeah, that should come through. If I load up a spectrum from Bitwig, I actually have started to really like the one from Bitwig because you can make an external window, which is awesome. If you take a look at the spectrum, and let's go down to 0 dB per octave. Let's make the resolution pretty high and go down the range. And then we set this to, say, logarithmic, so we can see more of the high frequency partials. You can see that at the moment, with this version of Faceplant, it's very clean. The loudest weird sort of aliasing maybe artifact that you would see, I can probably actually mute the sine wave here, is at like minus 140 dB. Whereas before this update, this partial right here, sometimes it would be 1 or 2 partials that would just play with the wavetable oscillator if it was a sine wave, would be between minus 100 dB and minus 96 dBs. So even just a singular OTT would bring up that sine wave quite a bit. So I think I had a bass sound that was like a tear out kind of gun. And then I had just a, like a wavetable as a sub with a few harmonics. And the thing is that the harmonics that you add here don't really affect that partial that's in the high frequencies. So you can see regardless of the harmonics, it's always there. Even if you pick, I think, a saw wave, that partial would be there. But you can see it's significantly quiet now, so it shouldn't really pop up. I think I had I think it was a triangle wave. So even in the triangle wave, you'd see the partial pop up because it would be somewhere around here. Now it's completely clean. And apparently it had something to do with the way kilohertz were doing interpolation for the wavetable, because effectively the way you have to think about a wavetable is that it's effectively a sample, right? This entire thing is like a sample and a single frame audio piece of audio that they are effectively playing at different speeds. And when you're playing it at different speeds to get different notes, you have to interpolate the waveform. You have to kind of like compress it or stretch it. And that interpolation step seemed to be a little bit suboptimal compared to what Serum 2 was doing, or Vital was doing. And it was causing this singular partial, or those 2 partial artifacts in the top end to appear. And that doesn't seem to really be an issue. The issue is when it's too loud. And with the prior update, it was too loud. So when you were adding OTT or anything like that on a sort of fully developed patch, whenever the main sound would stop or sort of decay out, any upwards compression in the high end would immediately pull up that those 1 or 2 sine waves because they were already quite loud. And I'm happy to announce that they fixed this. So in the newest update, they have, I think it was like reduced some artifacts in wavetable interpolation. And I've done some tests. And funnily enough, they basically went from being one of the wavetable engines or wavetable synthesizers with the most aliasing or the loudest aliasing to one of the quietest. So this is a comparison between Serum 2. This is very, very quiet territory. So this is the big sine wave on the top left here. And you can see that basically blue is Faceplant and then orange is Serum 2. They're overlapped, right? So this entire left section is basically the same volume because they're both playing a sine wave at 0 dB. But then you can see towards the high end here that now with this new update, Faceplant's loudest partial or like aliasing artifact is quieter than the quietest one from Serum 2, which is impressive. They've basically went from, and I think if I were to kind of draw, I don't know if you can see my zoom icon here, but prior to this update, this single sine wave up here would be up in this range, somewhere around here. That's how loud it was before the update. And of course, in my case, with spectral compressors, you would just exaggerate the effect. But something as simple as OTT would pull out that particular harmonic, and most people don't know. But there's been a general consensus that people felt like the wavetables and other sims were a bit cleaner. And it could be that because of when you're really stretching the wavetable, right? When you're really like pulling out everything you can, with things like OTT and upwards and downwards compression and mangling the wavetable and such. These kinds of things will be things that you'll notice and you'll hear as artifacts on the top end. And now I'm happy to say that they fixed it, and now Facepalm is actually one of the cleanest wavetable oscillators or wavetable sims that you can get, which is awesome. So if I play this, you can see there's still a tiny little partial down here, but it's so quiet that even Spec Comp can't pull it up, which is an achievement. That's the first news. The other news is that we're now on beta 9, I think, of Bitwig. So I don't know what version of Bitwig beta we were the last time I streamed. It might have been 4 or 5 or 6, but we're already on beta 9, and they've been steadily updating it, and it seems like we're getting closer to an actual release because the betas are becoming smaller and smaller. So that's good news. And so far, I haven't really had many more crashes. It's just been kind of solid. And I've wanted to actually continue working on the track that we started in the other live streams, and really focus on just the songwriting aspect this time around versus just, you know, sort of getting caught up in the sound design and stuff, which is fun. But all the polishing I want to do off stream, and then I actually want to do the music creation bits on stream. And speaking of music creation, there's another cool little tool that you can check out, which is by Applesoft, or Applesoft. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, at least in English. They already make other great products. I use the AP trigger quite a lot, which is sort of a Ableton style sampler. There's an audio effect that you can trigger through transients and MIDI, I believe. This thing is very, very powerful. But more importantly, recently they've released this thing called Opalize. And this is a very, very interesting plugin because it creates, effectively creates a copy of an audio signal. And it applies some sort of like frequency, Hilbert transform kind of thing, where it's doubling the frequency of it. So all frequencies effectively get shifted up by a ratio. In this case, this would be ratio 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the reason for the numbering. Would be really cool to see in the future, maybe with a future update, to have a 0.5x. So you can actually get a lower octave one, which would probably require like a bandpass isolation rather than a low pass, because then, you know, where do those low frequencies go? But what this does effectively is, think of it like creating a copy of your signal, but then that copy is effectively an octave up, or it's, I think, an octave and a half up, or somewhere around that. Like the ratios have become a bit hard to say. But effectively, the 2 is a 2 octave up, the 4 is a 4 octave up, and then I think the 3 is not a 3 octave up. I'm not entirely sure how much that sits somewhere in between. That's why ratios are always a bit difficult, a bit tricky to say. But what this does is it's very similar to the harmonic editor in a wavetable engine. So the way I can add harmonics in a wavetable, so if I go in and I can adjust these harmonics, this would be the 5 harmonics after the fundamental. The way you can do this in here, you can now do this with Opalize. And I think I have it here now. You can do this with Opalize now, just on audio, so on a printed sub, effectively. So you can see we have our fundamental, and then we have the second harmonic, the third harmonic, the fourth harmonic, and the fifth harmonic. And I mean, you can make a bass out of that if you want. Immediately. That's just like hard clipping into the master, I suppose. But that's very fun. So as an example, I know that in Tear Out and in Rhythm, it's been a bit of a trend to actually go way lower in terms of the bass note that the root key that you're playing, right? So usually the lowest I would personally go is usually D. But if you go down to something like C sharp or C, then those upper harmonics are way more interesting because they're not too far up in the spectrum. So as an example, if I take a bass loop, for example, that is in a higher octave, let's do patterns and flows. So this one as an example. And I start stretching it down to be a lower octave. There's already some sort of upper harmonics that sound interesting. So if I go to Pro Q4 here, and that's the wrong channel. Thank you. Oh, did I drag over Facebook? But you can mostly see that our sub is isolated to like the single harmonic. And the point of that is as well, in with my sample packs at least, with especially bundle volume 3s, I wanted fairly clean subs, so you can just remove them and then add your own sub. And if I were to add upper harmonics to the sub, then it would be harder to remove them and all that kind of stuff. So generally speaking, the subs here are very clean. But if we go to Opalize, we can first key track or pitch track the subharmonic, and then we can start adding harmonics to this. It would be really cool to be able to drag the harmonics by kind of drawing with the mouse. So if I hold left click and I move over to like slider to number 4 or number 3 or number 2, that I'm also able to change their respective volumes, because oftentimes you quickly want to change the ratio of these, and having to click and let go of it can be slower than just drawing effectively. But if we go ahead and just add a second harmonic, that already sounds quite a bit more interesting. Let's add the third harmonic. The fourth harmonic. Fifth. So isolated, they don't sound too great, but once you start just sort of mixing them in together, if I take out the strength, so you get really, really, really sort of thick low end without having to distort your actual sub. And then what's interesting as well is that you can also use this on other parts of the spectrum. So this is actually just a bandpass here. If I put it to, say, some part of the fundamentals, this will be one of the fundamentals here, we can start adding upper harmonics to that. This is also a way to add high frequency content without distortion. Though if there's already high end present, I would just use EQ or multiband compression to pull that out. You also get controls for dynamics and drive, which I suppose maybe applies some kind of like amplitude following onto the harmonics. And then you get spreading, which I believe just pans these upper harmonics in different left and right channels. And then lastly, you get the option to sort of face lock or sort of match the faces, which I assume is just part of the idea of kind of frequency tracking. And then obviously in order to know sort of the full cycle of a frequency, you'd have to have it pass first to be able to correctly track it. So if you enable this, it's likely compensating for that pitch tracking, inherent pitch tracking that's in there, and making things back in phase. And that can just sound just a little bit more clean, just a bit cleaner. Now the question is as well, I wonder if there's a way to add phase rotation to these. I'm sure that might be a bit dangerous because there's going to be, I mean, these harmonics are fairly far apart, where I don't think they're going to be phase canceling each other anymore because they're not close enough to each other. So it'd be cool to see a sort of a phase offset effectively, which would potentially mean that you're delaying the cloned harmonic, the duplicate ratio shifted harmonic back and forward in time by a specific amount. I suppose that's a bit difficult because you have, all kinds of frequencies that you would have to shift. It's likely not just a simple delay. It may have to be more sophisticated than that. But this is really cool if you just want to beef up, say, once you have one sound in your song that is missing just a bit more harmonics in the low end, but you don't really want to affect the sub. You don't really want to change the sub. And the only reason I really started to check this out is because I've heard that a lot of people were using Ambassador by Mulder Productions. And that apparently seems to be doing something similar, kind of. It's using distortion to add harmonics, whereas this is an entirely different process, likely doing some kind of Hilbert transform, I'm guessing. And hello, Hayasek, I suppose. So yeah, just by changing the sort of the ratio of the harmonics, you can get very, very interesting tones. Oops, sorry. That was the output gain. That was a bit dangerous. Does it say a number here? Because I don't see a number. It'd be nice to have a number telling me, oh well, I guess we have this line. We can also solo these, and you can hear it's really clean. There's no added sort of artifacts or anything like that, so it's a very clean. And we can include more of the frequency. And this sort of, to me, confirms the idea of it being having something to do with frequency shifting or something with the Hilbert transform, because it's not a true pitch shift of all frequencies. It's more like sort of a weird ratio in the of the phase of the signal. But yeah. I recommend checking this out. I think it's still on sale at the moment. No, it's actually back up to 50 quid. But I think it was only like $30 for a while. But it's definitely an option if you want to add subharmonics to an already printed sub, effectively. Hello, Tovin. You may hear a dog barking outside. Ignore that dog. But yeah, that's the second news. And then the third news is about SpecComp. So I finally released SpecComp Beta 2. This has been in the works for quite a bit because obviously I wanted to fix all the things that were a problem in SpecComp Beta 1. But then I also wanted to add this entirely new section, which was the frequency spectrum recorder. And there's a bunch of other fixes, and the controls are behave in a new way as well. That is sort of industry standard. At least it seems. Some doors do and some don't, and once you start noticing it, it gets a bit spooky. But SpecComp Beta 2 is out now. It's on the Patreon, same elite tier, and then hopefully either by the end of the month or sometime next month, once I've just polished any other bugs that pop up or any other things that I want to polish up, there'll be the final release. But what's new in SpecComp Beta 2? Effectively, we have the new target curve presets and the recorder. And obviously, if you're already subscribed, then you can just check out the manual. Everything's there with nice little gives for you to check out. But I think we should probably just jump into Bitwig here, and I'll just demonstrate it for anyone that hasn't tried it out yet, or that wonders how these things even work to begin with. So this is SpecComp Beta 2. It looks quite similar to SpecComp Beta 1, but there's a small graphical change with the dials here, the shading of the release and the attack. And we have a new section down here, which is effectively an indicator on which parameter you're currently adjusting the curve of. Because SpecComp, or the new version of SpecComp, has per frequency curves for the entire spectrum, so you can have control over your compression across the frequency spectrum. So, oh, that was the wrong SpecComp to delete. I'd say we probably load up some kind of ARP. Let's do this one. I'm going to set this to raw. Oh, we should probably bring it back in. And then I'll just... Interesting. So this is another thing that Bitwig doesn't do, does it? It does not... Even on raw mode, it does not change... Oh, no, this is back to repitch, damn it. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, okay. And then someone needs to explain this to me. What would the BPM of this be? Not a super huge fan of the way Bitwig handles this kind of stuff. It's a bit messy to me. I wish the sample would just resize if it's on raw mode. Maybe I need to just change it here. Let me see. Raw speed. Does it just resize now? Nope. So 136, I suppose. Okay. Cool. We'll drag it over. It does resize it on repitch mode, but it doesn't resize the audio clip, unfortunately. That's a bit of an annoyance to me, because in Ableton it does that. So you can just kind of change the BPM to figure out the speed of the sample, because at some point it's going to fill bar 2 if it's a loop. So that was one of the sort of easy ways to figure out how long, what kind of BPM a sample had. So with that being said, what's new about SpecComp Beta 2? So one of the things is the curve editor has been fixed. So if you adjust the bottom right point or the top point, attack and release will not overlap anymore, and you won't be able to drag those values. Then as well, SpecComp Beta 2 is higher quality than SpecComp Beta 1. I've managed to have the FFT overlaps doubled from 4x to 8x, which means that effectively SpecComp will do resynthesis of the signal with the compressed frequencies. But in SpecComp Beta 1, it was updating what was happening to the spectrum every 256 samples, and then it was sort of crossfading between those results. Whereas with SpecComp Beta 2, you now get updates every 128 samples, which is very, very fast. And obviously you can continue to up the overlaps until you're effectively changing it every 2 samples. but there has to be a nice balance between CPU usage and the other bit is, of course, diminishing returns. And it seems like with 8x overlap, it had sort of the best results. And another side effect of that is that you get tighter release in attacks. So attack was already obviously all the way tight, but release is even tighter now. We'll take down the target here. We get an even more compressed signal thanks to the release being even tighter. Because effectively, the rate at which it updates the frequencies is faster, so the release can effectively be faster. Then another update, as you can see, is for the spectrum analyzer. We now get dynamic gradients depending on how loud the curves are in the spectrum, which can look pretty cool. There's some like weird artifacts with the colors when you're like at very low values. It kind of goes a little crazy there, but then it kind of like cleans up to once you're like at the midpoint. But it overall looks just a lot better. And then the other thing that you get is a more extensive smoothing range. So at 100% smoothing prior, I wasn't doing as much smoothing as it could now with the faster update rate. So smoothing you can actually use on vocals. You can use spec on vocals now, and it'll have enough smoothing to the point where it just sounds like good multiband compression, whereas prior you would still hear a little bit of that sort of digital kind of compression coming through, whereas now with 100% smoothing, it's very, very close to the original. And it just sounds like really good multiband compression. You can also bring out a spectrum if you want. So I'm going to load up the spectrum right here. Should probably have some default settings for this, so I don't have to set this up every time. I'm actually going to put it on the master. That's way easier then. So let's set it up. Speed is fine. Large, fill. See if we can enable input B, which should just be the master. And then we'll, I don't know if we can use input 1, probably not, right? Oh. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to go with blue then. So next up, another change is the outgain, or as you can see in general, whenever you click about on a control, you'll see the indicator changes, or it'll blink the same depending on if you're on the same control. But the idea there is to kind of give you a visual update on what has changed about the curve, right? Because sometimes it can feel a little bit like an unintended behavior for the curve to just suddenly change when you change the control. And the little indicator down there is supposed to show you, hey, you've actually just, updated the curve. So you can see that. I might actually, let me go back here and write down that I may want to change it so that, second, write this. And this is the kind of polishing stuff I want to write down. That's going to be an update. I'm going to make it only blink when you're actually switching between parameters, rather than always blinking when you grab it, even though it might still be useful. But yeah, generally speaking, it's way easier to now tell which graph you're on. So if I click on the target, you'll see I'm on the target. If I click on release, it'll be on release, etc. And more importantly, with the out gain, and the input gain, well, the input gain was between -24 and +24, so you could do some spectral EQing with it. And then with the out gain, you had the same, right? You had +24 and -24. But now the out gain is +24 to -infinite. So what you can do is you can effectively just use the output gain as an EQ. If I go and add a point here, and I, for example, and also another new feature is for controls, You can hold shift to go into surgical mode. So you can see if I move the mouse around, it's a lot more, actually maybe zoom in at 150. If I hold shift, I can get a lot more precise with my values. And what I can do now is I can just grab this here. And I can do a low cut. And a very, very clean one at that. So if I say I move this around, maybe I'll drag it over here to 1.8 kilohertz. You can see we can get very, very clean, extremely clean cuts with very, very little ringing. So you can actually use this for spectral EQing after the fact. So let's say you've completely slammed the signal. That we're going to use the squash mode. And bring out the output gain. And we want to use this as a layer for something else, but we really don't want anything on the low end in there, right? So let's say, okay, we'll go up to 328 hertz, and let's have it at the same volume as this, so it's roughly there. And then we can really nicely clean things up. We can also maybe if we want to, we can have a high-end roll-off. So we've now really made this particular signal very easy to mix with everything else in our mix. And what you've seen there with holding the shift button is also continuous. So you can let go of it and then it'll just track normally. You can hold shift again and it'll be in precise mode again. The same goes for controls. So if you go to a control and you move it around and you hold shift, it'll go into sensitivity mode. You can let go of it and it'll just continue on. And without any weird jumps or anything like that. Another feature is as well, and this was kind of hard to explain, but I've noticed only like Ableton, Bitwig, the FabFilter stuff, and kilohertz plugins do this, where if you have a control and you go to the maximum, with Serum 2, for example, if I load up Serum 2, if I were to go to the maximum of the level here, and I keep moving up my mouse, right, because I'm still holding it, I actually have to travel all the way back down to the point where I crossed maximum to be able to go back down in value. The same goes for the bottom. So now I need to basically travel back to the hitbox or the area where I was actually able to change the value for the control. And this is so strange. Once you start just like looking at the behavior of all kinds of different plugins and programs, I've noticed that Ableton has it differently, kilohertz has it differently, Bitwig has it differently. FL Studio works the same way, and then the volume slider on my iPhone also behaves the same way, the way Serum does. And it's just the easier way to do it. But obviously, it's way nicer to be able to drag down the value as soon as you drag down the mouse. So that's what Spec on Beta 2 does as well. So if you go to the maximum here, the moment you drag back down, it will shift the hitbox so you can go back down. And the same goes for the bottom end. So if I just move down here, the moment I drag back up, we're going to reset that hitbox and bam. So this makes just adjusting these dials way easier. And then that combined with the continuous shift means that you get a really, really nice feel for all of the dials in Spec on Beta 2. This was some of the hardest things to set up, particularly in an environment like Plug Data. Can it be applied in parallel bus without issue? I mean, Spec-Comp, yes, it's fully linear phase. So it should not have any phasing issues or anything of that sort. It leaves the phases entirely intact. It doesn't touch those. And now we come to the next thing that's new. So for the curve selector that you have, you now get different modes. So you get you get the same preset selector, but it doesn't close when you select something. So I could go select tight. I'm going to turn on the up again here. And I'll adjust the. And I can just go ahead. and select all the different kinds of curve presets without having to, repeatedly open up the curve preset selector. And it can still be opened while opening the editor itself. So you can just, click on the type mode, and then you can see the curve for that. And you can get some really cool shapes and dynamics processing from this. Cool. And then next up is the sort of the star of the show, which is that if you click on the target section here, obviously you'll be able to, adjust the curve of your target spectrum. But more importantly, you can hit the arrow here to go into the new section down here, which is the preset section and the frequency response recorder. So in the preset section, you can basically just go up and down to select your preset. You can hit the load button to load the particular preset. This particular curve right here is basically similar to something like OTT. So it'll give you a little bit of that shape that OTT applies. You've got a soft one, which just basically rolls off the high end. And then you've got linear, which is just your regular sort of standard. You can also just double click the target here to reset it. Both of those are the option. If you wanted to save a preset, let's say, for example, we like doing something like, we want it to be mostly mid-focused, so we're going to do something like this. If you wanted to do something like that, we can go on here, and then we can type in the name of our preset. So let's do call it mids. And then what we want to do is we don't want to overwrite the preset, so we don't hit the save button. We hit the save plus button. When you hit that button, I don't know if I clicked on it. There we go. We now have, I clicked on it multiple times. Oops, I didn't notice that. Oh, maybe not. Let me see. I may have. Damn it. When you click the plus button, actually, let me write that down. That might be a bug. Check real quick. I didn't see it light up, so I'm going to just make sure that that's the case. All right. There we go. But now we have that saved as a preset. There's also a text file in the folder. And if you want to open up the folder, what you want to do is you want to hit the X button here, go to Spec on Beta 2 and right click and reveal an Explorer. And then it should open up the file. And then you can see here, there's the target presets.txt. And then that's where your presets are effectively saved. So if you wanted to actually delete, you could go in there. But most of the time, what you can do is you can, for example, go to, let's do something like a mid scoop. And then we'll go to this mid section here, and we'll call it mid scoop. And then we'll hit the save button to overwrite that particular preset. So you can see now, I had a few more mids here, so I clicked it on accident. We have a mids, and then we have a mid scoop, and then I hit load, and then that would load the preset. So if I double click this and reset, I would load that preset. So now you can just go in and just load these presets just like that. The final release will probably have it fixed where this actually sort of indicates that it's done it, because it seems like there's maybe a bug right now. But yeah. Would it be easy to add a modifier to lock the points to the y-axis when moving so you don't change volume? You mean moving this guy? Oh, I see what you mean. You want it to basically change between left and right, but you don't want to change the volume up or down. Is that kind of what you want? The shift sensitivity mode is sort of there so you're able to basically recorrect it for those kinds of situations. So if you know that you wanted this to be at -24, you can move it over here, and then hold shift to kind of just like put it back to that position. So the sensitivity mode is supposed to kind of handle all of those little detailed works. But yeah, that's the preset system. And then if you were to say move to a different computer, I would recommend grabbing that TXT file and overriding the new one if you're on your new computer, so you can keep those presets. And then the other new feature is the recorder, the target recorder. So if I play this, and I start hitting the record button, it effectively starts recording the spectrum and starts averaging it over time so that you get a rough sort of average estimate of what the spectrum sounds like. And then you get two more options. You get averaging right here in percentages. So you can change how much the spectrum is supposed to be averaged or sort of smoothed out. And then you get points. So what the points does is sort of it's a smart algorithm that figures out how to retain the sort of the shape of the recorded spectrum with the least amount of points possible. You can go down to 2 points, which you can see it'll try to kind of simplify it down to 2 points with a curvature. But you can go up to full resolution, which is 513, which is obviously going to be a little bit CPU expensive to record and constantly change. So be wary about your CPU usage. Right now, it's not the most optimized just yet. But you can get some really, really good results just by having it, say, at somewhere around 64 or somewhere around there. Because if you want to edit the curve, then obviously it's going to be way harder to do with 513 points than, just a few. So if I say go to 32 points here and I use quite a bit of averaging, say 90%, and I start recording that. Then what you can do once that's recorded and converted, you can stop recording and you can hit this button here to actually move it over to the curve editor, the target editor. So now when we start bringing in the compression, you can hear it sounds very similar right now because it's based on the on the average spectrum of what we recorded. Now we can obviously edit this. So let's say we want to remove some of the points over here and just kind of smoothen out the transition towards the top end. We can obviously offset the curve, make it louder or quieter, which is all really, really cool. And now what we could do is we can bring in a different sample or a different material that we want to sound like this. So if I go for this one, for example, and then the compressor or spec comp beta 2 will start to compress towards this this profile. So if I were to go in here and rename this profile, I would, for example, call this ARPS, and I would just override the preset in this case because I had many of the mid ones. So now we have OTT, soft, linear, mids, mid scoop, and ARPS, which is really cool. And the next time you load up Spec on Beta 2, you'll see that those will be available to load up all the time, which is amazing. So this is really useful, for example, if you really like, say, the drop of a song, and you really like the way everything's mixed, right? Then you can try and record part of the drop and make that into your own profile, maybe adjust it a little bit, make it a little bit cleaner. And then you can use it, say, on the entire drop group of your song to compress everything towards that sort of profile. So as an example, if I bring up, let's say, a bass loop from the last sample pack. Let's say this one. I'm going to start recording that. And then I'm going to start averaging this out. Maybe just a bit more, maybe a little bit less points because we don't need that many because it's a fairly smooth curve. We grab the ratio down. quite similar, right? There's going to be some difference because of the smoothing, but it's quite similar. But now if you bring in a bass loop from a completely different pack, let's do maybe a pattern from the second bundle. Let's do this one, for example. Has quite a different spectrum. And we bring in spec comp. We can tell if you play these one after another, but they work way better in tandem because they are both using the same profile to be compressed towards. So I can start bringing in other sounds, and then they're just going to start working. Maybe this one. Without it. And then, of course, it can be, you can decide how aggressive you want it to be. By turning down the smoothing, you're effectively being more aggressive and more precise. By turning it up, you're sort of retaining more of the original frequency response. So depending on the incoming sound, you might want to choose one or the other. This is without it. You can tell very sort of mid-heavy, mid to high mid-heavy, like around 1 to 2K. And now we've got a lot more energy in the high end. And then if we wanted to say, like compress the high end a little bit less, we go into the release and maybe just add a little bit of a less high end towards that. So instead of sounding like this, having all of that sort of residue in the top end, we can sort of clean that up, have the high end or the release be longer towards the high end. We can actually just probably do it like this. And now we get a really good result. And what's really great about the outgain now is really like, if you wanted to, just do a low cut, we could put this to 0 dB and just do that. We may want to move it a little bit further up, like that. Or if you wanted to, boost the low end a little bit, you could do that. Or you could lower it while also turning up the entire outgain. There's lots of fun things that you can do with these curves. And if you want to get really sort of precise, since the curve editor isn't the biggest, you can always go into the resizing of black data. Things will look a little bit sort of soft because the PNG assets aren't made for this resolution. But you can now see that the spectrum editor is very, very sharp. So if I go in here, I can be very, very precise with my values effectively. If I go in here, you can see you get point decimal accuracy for all of the dB values here. So you can get very, 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 very precise. So yeah, that's Spec on Beta 2. That's sort of my final version of this sort of effect. Now, do note when you record a target, it actually has a 3 dB tilt built in. So it's actually 3 dB per octave brighter than the actual spectrum is. And the reason why that is because there's a general tilt built into Spec on Beta 2. And that's usually at minus 3 dB, so things actually sound good to our ears. And so the recorded profile is actually plus 3 dB. So it's actually sort of white noisifying any signal that comes in. But then it's supposed to be used in tandem with minus 3 dB tilt. So if you wanted to actually have like more or less tilt, you'd have a range of another minus 3 dB per octave tilt, or plus 3 dB per octave tilt. So if I went to this sound, I could go even sort of darker or brighter than what the initial profile was. I believe SpecComp can replace some multiband compression in a mastering context. Is it possible to see a demonstration of SpecComp being used as a mastering situation? Yes. I think I've made in specifically the ratio and the mix are automatable. It will use some CPU when you're adjusting the values here, but I've made it specifically so that you can automate the ratio and the mix. Because there are situations where you want to mix this in and out, and you're able to do this by automating these. So if I were to go in, for example, here, and let's say this is a problematic section of our mix, of our master, we can go in and adjust the mix here. And then you have the ratio down here as a parameter. So if I adjust that, you can see if I move it, it'll update here, and then I can automate this in and out. I have to figure out a way to do that. There we go. So I could do, something like that. For example, I can bring it in at maximum over here, and then mix it back out, and then it'll update. Oops. Oh, I think I broke it. Did I break it? Oh no, I had no ratio. But still, if I switch back to mix. Yeah, I think that's broken. Oh, wait, let me check. Is that broken? Okay, well, that's broken. I gotta fix that. I'll write that down. I guess I haven't tried actually automating these yet. So that explains that. So let me write that down. Fix automatable. Oh well. See, this is why it's a beta. We might also try this for target. I'll see if ratio works. Yeah, not target. I meant ratio. See if that works. Yeah, so they move. Both of them move, but they are not actually changing the. They're not recalculating. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's not actually updating the curvature, which it should be. But I think I probably never actually tried it. But yeah, both of these should be automatable. That will be fixed soon. So for now, the values will be static, but you could probably put this into a... There is a effect, at least in Bitwig, that lets you dry wet a plugin. So yeah, this will probably be fixed in the coming days, because this is an important fix. I'll be right back. Having a very, very dry throat right now. Thanks to the flu. I'll be right back. Alrighty, but yeah, besides the automation's not working, which I'm going to fix. If you just use it as a mixing tool, that's sort of static. Well, obviously, the compression itself is dynamic, so that's not really a big issue. But for now, all the features that I've shown sort of work except for the automation, and that'll sort of be what will be in the final product once that's finally out. And then hopefully after that, Once I think plug data gets a 0.9.3 update, I'll be able to actually provide a VST3 and a clap version as well as a standalone. So it's not part of the plug data library anymore, but you can just load it up as its own VST, which is going to be very fun. But yeah, with that being said, I think we should jump into the other project that we started, which was the melodic dubstep thingy. And I wanted to actually continue the project and focus on songwriting the other parts of the song. And I'm thinking we could probably also mix in some color bass to it, because it kind of lends itself to the melodic dubstep drop that we have. So I'd say we continue on that. It's hard to say. Do brava. I think the multi-effects one is really cool. I really like the way you can just put certain effects into parts of the spectrum immediately. I think they've done a really good job of that, compared to, say, Ableton, where you have to create a chain and then use another plugin to do the crossfading and stuff. Whereas with Bitwig, it's really cool to be able to just load up the multi-band effects thing and then drag the plugin of your choice into there. Obviously, it'd be great to have a bit more control over the crossovers. Like, what's the slope? What's there's a minimum phase, maybe linear phase, things like that. But besides that, it is a very, very, very useful thing. And then also the mix, having the mix in here. So far, this has been the most useful to me. But yeah, excuse me if I'm not going to be able to talk right now, because I need to get the gunk out and get my throat back on track. Oh, actually, let me check real quick. I think my CPU is still bottlenecked. I have it running at a lower wattage. So let me turn that up. Yeah, it's still on eco mode. There we go. That should speed up the process of loading the program. For 2026, definitely releasing more music and maybe releasing an EP. I don't think I'm the type for albums, but EPs for sure, and singles. I think that's really what I want to do, and I want to get a lot better at Blender, and just bringing forward the vision that I have for this music project. Those are the two things, and of course, the plugins and all. But specifically the music, I really wanna push that forward for 2026, and hopefully Bitwig will help, because this project has been fairly stable so far, and I've not really had any issues with it. I'd say we give it another listen before we continue on it. All right, I'm gonna change the I'm gonna terminate the process here real quick because I want to change the buffer size to 1024 and give my system just a bit more headroom. And I'm finding it a little bit hard to talk today because my throat is very not used to talking a lot since the flu. It's not by me, just being a little bit more quiet today because I'm going to start coughing a bunch otherwise. Do you like to do shows slash tour, or do you prefer teaching online stuff? Well, right now I don't really do any shows. There's also not really much to do in the part that I'm in of the world. It would be mostly US, and it's a bit hard to get in there. And yeah, I personally don't really have, I don't gain much from it compared to the other things that I do. So I'm also just interested into the music. I had throat problems just doing stream for 8 hours straight last time I did. So with flu, you have to take it easy with talking. Yeah, I'm noticing that. I'm noticing that for sure. But yeah, so what I want to do now is focus on the songwriting aspect of this rather than polishing things. There's one thing I do want to do, which is for the drum loop that we have here. I want that to be a little bit tighter. I want that to be tight to the point where that could be the main chorus of a drum and bass track. Thank you. So I think we should start kind of improving this drum loop a little bit. And this is probably more so about sound selection than anything else. What we could do is we could at least probably synthesize the snare drum, because that's fun to do. And it's probably worth doing that. So let's go ahead and do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a face plant. And then I think we can probably just trigger face plant from the audio. I know there's a way to do that with, I think it was called something like, what's the word? There was a device that was able to do it. I forgot the name of it. Was it the repeater? Something like that, I think. Replacer. That was it. Yeah, that was it. And of course, we're not on the right channel for some reason. Where did I put this on? Oh yeah, this is not the correct channel. It should go, I believe the snare drum is in this one. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to move the replacer and the face plant. Probably, yeah, just over here. So it's replacing everything else. There's actually another replacer in here. Interesting. Okay. Why is that? Why is there two replacers in here? And then we can select the key. That's really cool. Mix doesn't do anything. All right. And then we just open faceplant and we start actually synthesizing the thing. So I'm going to try grab an analog because we just want a sine wave for this. I'm going to grab another analog, put it to a square wave at 0 harmonics, so we get a DC offset, and that's going to be our pitch envelope for the sine wave. So we're going to put the harmonic to 0, put the shift to like 170 maybe. Have full attack, or maybe like a little bit less attack. A little bit of release, less decay, and then some hold. I'm gonna add the pitch envelope to the frequency. I think we actually have to double this, so we're gonna do. I think it's just the mix here. Yeah, that's getting us all the way up. And then I'm gonna bring in a Pro Q, so we can actually see the spectrum. That's close to Nyquist. I'm happy with that, I think. And then we're gonna bring that down quite significantly. We might actually want to add another mix. Let's see. That's good enough. Okay. I'm going to add another one, another envelope here, and then this one is going to go into the shift as well. It's going to be longer, and then less. And then I think we're just going to add a sampler. And I'm going to go to the CFX section. So I'm going to go to miscellaneous, pink noise stereo, just bring that in. Turn up the attack a little bit, turn up the delay, and then sustain down, release up, and decay up. We're going to bring in a high pass at a 2x slope. And then I'm going to bring in another peaky Q. I'm going to automate that just with a regular envelope. Just give us a little bit of a shh. I'm going to bring the decay down, the delay down again. And I think now our body is too long. And then lastly, I'm just going to go to, I think, bundle volume 1, drum generation, snare drum. And we're just going to bring in one of those snare transients and just see how they sound. I'm going to bring in a sample generator, harmonic to 0, shift to 440, and then the root should be A4. Let's lock that in. And then I think I can actually just load it up in here. So let's go special, drum generation, snare drum. Load in one of the transients. High pass it a bit. And I want it to kind of fold back in on itself. So I'm going to have the decay be quite a bit short. I'm going to have it be pitched up quite a bit more. Have the hold down. And then have the, I think we can probably just distort the body itself. And then have the hold down a bit more. Release. And decay. Run a different... Put the harmonic down to 0, shift to 440, and then root to A4. And now let's see if we can add just some kind of harmonic. We're going to go to bundle volume 2. We're going to go to drums. Actually, we're going to just load it up here again. So we're going to go to drums, snares, layers, and then tonal or blast layers. Then we're going to have this at 440. Add some release to that. Maybe we can start pitching these around. We'll have some attack to this, and then we'll have some delay. But we'll probably want to send this to lane 2, or lane 1, and send the other ones to lane 2. So that we can just delay it with a regular delay. somewhere on there. Then we're going to start playing around. That sounds pretty cool. Let's just turn on the gain. And then maybe we actually need a bit more reshaping on the tail of the snare drum, because right now it's a very simple envelope. So I'm going to replace it with a curve. Also, hello Ethernet. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to start adding a point. I'm hearing some strange... That's something on the master? Oh. That's very weird. Why are we getting some, like, weird... Oh, interesting. But why is the tails so weird to begin with? We're doing something weird here? Oh, wait, this goes into lane 1. Let's go lane 2. Still very... What? What the hell? Oh, there we go. So was this final... Ah, it's very close to the... I see. Okay. That's interesting. Where's the... Here it is. Okay. Open this back up. Let's make it quite short. So we'll do it like... there we go. Still very long. It seems like it's not really allowing us to have many different shapes anyways, because of the way we had the curve compressor in there. It's really cleaning up all the tails, so we kind of have to just deal with it. In that case, we can really just use an envelope though. With a hold, probably. Even though I did like the other result with the curve. That does sound a bit better. Yes, synthesizer V for the vocals. Ah, sounds pretty good. A little bit too full. Probably the tail here, so let's just clean that up a little bit. Maybe more like that, and then it's solid because there's some strong, still some strong harmonics in there. Let's lay it a little bit further. I can still very much hear it, so it needs to be even lower than that. try a different layer. All right, nice. Let's clean up the percussion. I think the final spec comp here is maybe doing a bit much. Oh, this one's fine. There's another one. I think we can remove that one because we want to really just tighten it up individually. That one down. This one's not really doing it. We do have, I think we have it like kind of like a diffuser in. I think that's it. Why is it just so much quieter? Well, first of all, just... not quite doing a good job at that. Maybe we'll try Serum 2, because that has a really cool blur. Yeah. We'll use that one instead. And we can turn the thing down. And then here we still have that upper harmonic being way too loud. Mess around with the... It's a bit too high. See about that. Turn down the transient. I think we also need a clipper in here. I'm still not really happy with the top end. It's all just a bit too Foley-ish. So I think this needs to be really high passed. Maybe tighten up a little bit. I'm going to really turn this one down. That's a bit better. I'm just going to tighten up the tail a bit. And make it a bit shorter. Maybe we'll add some more decay. check out the Pro Cue. Right, 200. That's too low. Yeah, that's a bit better. You're right. So, it's not quite tight enough for me. I think this needs a dynamics. Ah, this one's not quite doing it, is it? Where's the KHS dynamics? Just that. I think there's too many 1/16th notes happening. So that's really taken away from the main rhythm. And I'm wondering what we can do to improve that. You turn all of the fast layers down. There's also another micro break. That might also be too much. Yeah, very much so. So it's solo this one. This one needs to go way down as well. So now we're getting some more groove. So we can EQ this a little bit. Let's try to hit a specific note. So we're gonna hit a... Oh, that's probably good enough. Let's tighten up the tail a little bit more. And that's pretty good. But I can still hear a lot of sort of just noise in here. this other layer. Also, we just have it twice. Like we have this one. And then this one, which makes like no sense. So like one of these has to go, clearly. I think this one has to go. And then on this one, we can bring back some of the mids. That's way tighter. And then maybe now Nick can actually go back in, add a plug data, add a curve comp again. Just bringing just a bit more tightness back into it. Now we just have to find a good note for the harmonics. So I think what we can do, probably actually use the harmonic here. So we can just kind of find a note that fits. I think that one sounds great. So now we just have to kind of shape it a little bit. Let's see if I can go back. I want to replace this hi-hat loop with a different one. So I'm going to go back and go to cymbals, loops. I think this one. And then we'll just... So instead of this, we get a more sort of, you know, slower rhythm, but a little bit more impactful. Try the frequency shift on this. I think the this is something I may do. I'm gonna grab the multi effects to just scoop out that mid frequency. Actually, I think it will probably be the lower frequencies. So just FX2, and then I'm gonna grab a curve comp on this. gonna solder this. Oh, can't hear anything. What's that? You don't do I what? Wasn't it suddenly? Oh, is it too loud? Okay. And then I think we need a spectrum. Actually, let me put the spectrum on the master, and then we'll just have it as a floating window. Go. We actually have another one here. So maybe we'll just grab that one. Pull it out. Like that. And then we'll just have it, I don't know, like... maybe over here. Over there. Where do we have space for this? If we drag this... oh, we can't drag it any further. Oops. Where do we have space for this? Probably here. Somewhere around here. So I'm trying to just isolate... see, this is the problem I'm having with the multiband effects, is that I don't have control over the slope. If I had a higher slope, I would be able to isolate more of the mids. So I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to load up multipass, because that one has, I think, stronger slopes. So if I solo this now... nope, same story. Okay. Oh, it could be because of the plug data here. Right, okay. Well, in that case, let's remove this guy. That might be it. That might be why. Multiband effects 2. And then we'll load up curve comp. And then we solo this guy. Still not quite. Well, that's most of it. Yeah. Okay, nice. Now all we do is we are going to pull this down. Probably around... actually, we're just going to leave it at 0. And I think it peaks around here. So this is around -8. And then we're just going to change the dynamics of this section down. Even tighter. I'm going to keep the bulk of it around here. I think around there. Probably we'll only have it up until here, so we'll just do this. Then we'll move it. It's not quite tight yet, so I'm going to move it even further up. Yeah. A little bit tighter. There we go. So now it's nice and tight, which means... oh, we may have pushed it too hard. Yeah, it's because it's... we need to pull this down. See, and this is why I want to properly isolate it. The only thing I can actually think of that would be more precise than this is probably ProQ. So what we can do... huh? What is it? is just add a point here, have a higher slope, and then just have a dynamic EQ go upwards. We'll have another point. Oh yeah, and actually we just pull this down -30. So we'll have the attack all the way down, and then we'll play around with the release. So now it's just tighter. So now should be doing it at 100%, but it seems like well, effectively, this just needs to be a low shelf. And I really just want to tighten up the percussions, because when we put it all back, I don't want them to be all too aggressive on the mix. Just a little tighter. There's some other layers we really just don't need. And I also wonder if this top layer here is actually even being sidechained to the kick and snare drum, which I don't think is happening. So anything that is like top end, we should probably put into one group, which is like all of this stuff is top end. Like this and this and this guy and this guy. All of that stuff is top end. And then we have the KHS compactor here. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in this guy into this group as well. In here. And then we can just move the compactors onto the entire group. So now these guys should... Well, it says no input, so that is obviously not going to work. End kick, drum and bass, 0.5. So post. And then we can do the same thing with the other one. We should have perk trap 01 in there. What I'm not liking, though, is that we're using 10 milliseconds of latency for each of these. So I'm just going to try and see if I can group the kick and the snare drum into one group and then use that group instead. Because the latter is more, this seems more efficient. There we go. Make this a little bit quieter. And let's make the hi-hat loop a little louder. Let's see if we can just tighten it up a little bit more. The stomp. See, just it has more weight now. The entire drum and bass loop has more weight. Also don't know if we need like 2 groups now, so I'm just going to move this down to here, and then we can probably ungroup this guy because we don't need it anymore. And then we're just going to if you want it to have the attack doesn't in CurveComp doesn't work on it does not work on upwards compression, because upwards compression attack is very dangerous. So instead what you can do is you can bring down either the curve itself, or you can bring down the peak to like -12. And this is the ceiling. And now you're getting attack based on the incoming signal if it was above -12 dB. And we can just adjust that. Now, there's another cool thing you can do, which I've been experimenting with recently, which is to just reset this. And then we can just, in parallel, and this is something I may consider in the future, to add to other end curve combos, some kind of sort of multiband maximizer or something like that. Like a Maximus kind of alternative. Maybe even to in curve comp, I'm not entirely sure. The other thing that you could do is when you want effectively control over the transients and the compression, right? A lot of people will use attack to sort of push transients into it. But what you can do is you can bring in a parallel signal, which is a transient shaper on the pre-compressed signal. So we'll do a transient shaper here. So now what we can do here, so we can turn up the speed, turn up the pump, turn down the sustain, and turn up the attack. And then we just tune down the signal all the way. And then when we bring it in, we're getting really clean transients. And we can change the speed to change the speed of those transients. And then what we can do is we can just go back to our other signal, have no attack, and just focus on the release. To just maximize the amount of energy on this. You might even want to like clean this up. And then, because that is just squashing it, you can then slowly bring in the transients. And we get a lot more punch while we have full control over the compression without affecting the attack effectively. You can probably like overcompress this with a lot of release. Bring down the volume again. And then we'll use a kilohertz clipper again. So now what you can tell is you can definitely tell those transients are sticking out. So if I bring back the volume, we'll go in and maybe slow down the speed a little bit. And theoretically on the sidechain, we could use a sidechain signal, which would be the drums group. So we'd go to group and then go to, I think it was this guy, and then do pre. I think now it's taking the kick and the snare drum to only like apply transient boosting onto those. Which is good, because that's like the only 2 things that we really want to stick out of the mixdown. Just like the size of these sliders is so tiny. I wonder if we can make this entire thing just a little bit bigger. 125 maybe. That's a bit much. Let's do custom. Let's do 112 maybe. 112.5. Let's just do 112. Oh no, it's not letting me. Is it only integer scaling? Auto. Oh, that's unfortunate. Cool. Now let's go back to the sidechaining for this. So the kick drum clearly needs another one with the low end. If you don't like the slider here, we can also just add a gain, like a KHS gain, put it to percentage, and then you can just kind of dial that in that way. But realistically, right, that's just an extra plugin. Why would we do that? So now with the release, we can adjust the intensity of the sort of limiting compression. And now that drum loop, I could listen to that a lot more than the prior one. We also go back to the snare drum here. So I'm liking the snare drum. I'm going to just delete the other things that we had in here. So the just clipper, transient, there we go. I do think we can experiment with car VQ on the output. So I'm going to load up a car VQ. I'm going to record the snare drum. And then I'm going to match that to pink noise. And just see what's going on. Probably around there. Obviously, we don't really want to boost the low end. We don't really want to affect the body of the snare. So it's sort of suggesting a white peak. But this is the stuff that we need for the snare drum to actually push through the mix. So I'm probably going to leave it that way. I may increase the decay and lower the hold. And then maybe for the transient, we can play around. That has a nice smack to it. Does it not let you press shift or summon to fine adjust the slider more easily? I think it does. I think it does. It's just a very small UI piece. Like it's super small. It's probably around like 8 to 12 pixels wide. So it's not easy to grab. That's what I'm saying. Also, hello, dub loops. So one more thing I wanted to adjust was the top loop. I kind of want it to be, it's very full. And I'm thinking, I'm wondering how we could do this. I wanted to sort of decay down faster towards the mid frequencies. And then wonder how we could do that. So effectively, without a spectral process, that is. Maybe it's the shape itself that I'm not a super big fan of. It's just like a big sum there. So maybe what I'll do is I'll add a tilt. That's then gain compensated. But then I don't want it to be super bright. Wait a minute. What? You can go down to 0 dB? That's crazy. No. This doesn't work. So what we could do is we could bring in more interest with a filter table. Okay, just filter table. And I'm thinking we can bring something like texture to it, maybe. And I just really want it to sit in the high end. Something like that. That just adds peaks and notches. Maybe we'll go to blur. Let's go to spectral, maybe. See, that's too much. But we could mix this in. Oh, I like this one. Let's try minimum mode. Oh, that's way too quiet. Let's turn that up. See, the raw mode I actually like how just more dirty it is. It kind of fits the hat vibe. Yeah, see, that just adds a bit more sort of acousticness to it. Wait, where's the... No, it's right here. Lastly, I want to take a look at the kick drum, which has a bit too much, I think, too much character in the transient. So I'm just going to grab a car FAQ. Zoom out, record it. And then we're going to load up a pick noise. Yeah, and that's nicely flattening it a little bit. So giving it more high end, which we don't necessarily need. We take it out. Just mixing it in a little bit. It's way less mid-heavy, which is nice. And then lastly, I think I'm going to pull back the compression a little bit and turn up the release a little bit. And the last thing I want to try is maybe add sort of some kind of resonant resonant tone to the snare drum, but I don't want the resonant tone to really affect anything else. So I kind of want it to be at the end. And I think there's a really easy way we can do that. Right at the end, before the compression, probably, we're going to add a AP trigger. And we're going to bring in a snare drum. Probably like an acoustic snare drum. And then we're going to have this be triggered by the... I'm not sure this is possible. Where is AP trigger? Right here. Okay, we have no sidechain input, it seems, right? I don't think there's a sidechain input. So that's interesting. That doesn't have that, I suppose. Am I missing something? There's no sidechain input, right? Detector? Nope. Okay. Well, we can do this ourselves then. We're going to grab a... What's the sidechain external something, right? Audio... Is it called audio receiver? Yeah, audio receiver. We're going to go to group 3 and then group master, no, group 2, the snare drum, faceplant, Pro Q out. There we go. So now just the snare drum is triggering this snare drum. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a fade in. I'm going to bring in a high pass filter. And that's it. And then I'm going to bring up the... actually, don't bring up the dry level because we just want to add a separate chain. And then... Let's try a different one. Oh, whoops, not that. Delete selection, and then we're just going to try a 2 on there, and then maybe as well we'll go to the volume envelope here, just kind of cut it short. So without it, it for sure makes the snare bigger, so we want to make sure that it's not doesn't have the biggest impact, but that could work very well. It does actually tell me that the snare drum could also just have a little bit more tail. Let's pull up a little bit. Just by default, right? So if we muted this, we have a bit more tail to begin with, and then we add the sort of acoustic snare tail on top. That's nice. I like that a lot. Still a bit too loud for me, and a bit too much tail, probably. So I'm going to just bring that back a little bit, like that. And then we're just going to turn down to like -6. Let's see if we need the transients on the final output here. Oh, we do. So, there's not really much to push here. That is an option. We could push into the... could push a bit into the clipper. So we just like trade a little bit of distortion for a little bit more volume. And then, I don't think that's enough though. Let's also go back to the, what was the EQ that we had here? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that had a mode like that. Lower this a little bit. Let's put this to a high cut 1. We have no control over the Q. Get rid of that. I've also heard that EQ plus is less clean than Pro Q, so we're just going to use Pro Q. 4. And I actually really don't want to do anything on the mids. So. And this EQ needs to be at the end. Now let's bring in the transients. Cool. Sounds good. Next, for the vocal. We're wide awake. I'm pretty sure we still have the old spec comp on this. Yep, we do. And that has this moving on 100%, but we can now use the new one. So I'm going to load up plug data, spec on beta 2. And we're just going to kind of just copy the settings here. So lower that a little bit. Have the attack and release is pretty much the same. Even though the release will technically be a little bit higher now. 3.5 dB till. The target is at -12, so that's the same. And then we have it at like somewhere around there. So let's mute one of them. Let's play the first one here, and then it's moving all the way up. We're wide awake. So previous. We're wide awake. And new one. We're wide awake. Way smoother, especially on the high end. You can hear it's a lot less aggressive. If I load up Pro Q, and you just focus in on the high end. This is beta 1. Beta 2. So it can sound a lot more organic now, which is great. So we're just going to replace that spec comp version with the new one. We're wide awake, catching the moonlight to watch the stars rise. And then maybe naturally we're just going to EQ it a little bit to just make it a bit brighter when we want to, which we could just use the spectral EQ for. So actually we can probably just turn up the tilt a little bit. We're wide awake. And then maybe also go to the target and just turn that up just a little bit. We're wide awake. Which actually in that case means we just turn up the tilt even further. We're wide awake, catching the moonlight. Yeah, there you go. To watch the stars rise. So far away. So much smoother. The sky's igniting. I'll find a way to stay. Oh yeah, that's never misleading now. Now, I want this transition to be just a little bit cleaner. Let's see what's going on here. That's muted. This one adds a bit too much stuff, so we're going to mute this one too. Oops. Let me just like select this region and just turn it down. Is that a thing? Nope, it's not a thing. Turn that down. I didn't do anything. Oh, wait, it's the automation. Wait. Did we? Wait, what? Oh, that was not... What did I just automate? Wait, what? That was not the right one. Wait. Huh? What just happened? I automated something here, but What did I just automate? Am I crazy? What the hell? Omnisphere JP level. Oh, over here. All right. Okay. Okay. You're right. Yeah. You're right. Oh, weird. That very strange. All right, and then we're probably just gonna like mute this section here. So instead of playing that last little note, we'll just mute it. There's someone else playing still. I think the piano or something. Okay. This one. Need another tool. All right, and then automate the tool. I do like that little tail there. And then we just need it. Dun, 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 dun. Technically speaking, I want that playing, but I don't want the weird delay that we have. So I'm going to leave this in, I think. Yeah, but it has that like reverse. So I think we need to duplicate this omnisphere. There's no way around it. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. Control E. Put this guy out. And then we have that guy mutes. And then this guy just plays. And we can delete the tool. That is not the preset. What the hell? Okay. Copy. Delete. Load. Omnisphere before, please. What? Is that a bug? Let me save the project real quick. Also, I'll be right back. All right. What's going on? Why is it not duplicating Omnisphere? What? Like clearly this is loading the wait. Copy. Paste. Yeah, it's not copying it. What? What the hell? This must be a bug, right? Like that has to be a bug. I'll save this as a preset real quick. I know how to. Sure. My category. Brother, I just want to save. Huh? Yeah, sure. Okay, nice. Got it. Thanks. What is your go-to method for removing spectral pre-ringing? Well, gates. You can use audio gates. Those are usually Well, that's only if there's silence before it, right? But yeah, otherwise there's very little things you can do. Whenever you're manipulating the sound spectrally, there's going to be some leakage. Because you're introducing change, which it needs to, resynthesize entirely differently. All right. Where's my preset? What is this? User. This is the multi-browser. Okay, I need to go in here. That's not what I wanted to select. I mean, it has it loaded now. Wait, there's another Omnisphere in here. There we go. Okay, now let's get rid of the... There we go. So the Valhalla. Valhalla vintage verb. Nice. Let's go back into the mix here. Are we good? What the hell? And the drums are feeling a bit too massive for me now, so let me go back in here. Bring this back a little bit. Maybe we'll do like, maybe. Yeah, that could be cool. A little bit more interesting rhythm there. Sort of these guys. Do we have I want to enable glide, legato. just want this entire thing to be a little bit more interesting. Just more felt lower harmonics. But maybe we can also make this work for the little pieces here. So if we move that. I think the top pattern should just be the same. And then the bottom part can kind of play a little bit more. Maybe the drum pattern as well. We will remove that one. Let me solo. There's a lot going on here. Let me solo these guys. Yeah, I think I like that more. But these guys.
We're wide awake, catching the moonlight to watch the stars rise.
We should probably have more reverb. Yeah, something like that. Another mix. Oh, it's only playing once. Okay.
I'm so far away. The sky's igniting. I'll find a way to stay.
There's like a.
I'll find a way to stay.
This one's dragging out a little bit too much for me. Maybe we'll automate the I did like the other one more. You're not. Then let's duplicate this and play up until here. And then probably not play this section anymore. Then we add a tape stop. So we'll have the tape stop happen. Probably here. Somewhere around here. Did I not just solo it? Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, I actually don't want it to play the final bit there. So this should just happen before that. 1. Oh, interesting. I'm pressing 1 to switch the mode, but it didn't do it for me there. There we go. Maybe we'll just like let it play. Yeah, I think that's better, and then we'll just like mute it. We'll just mute it here. And then we'll figure out how to do that transition. Yeah, never mind. Control Z. There we go. Let's bring in a pad. When G minor, right? Did I just add an instrument? No, that's not what I wanted. What are you doing? I want. Oh no. Controller. I want an audio channel. Thank you. Let's see if we can make that work. Let's bring in a Pro Q. No. Okay, we kind of like do something like that. I know there's some interesting modes here. If we go to, I think it was just stretch, and then we stretch the crap out of it. Let's do grain size small, I suppose. Okay, so you don't have a, I think it would be cyclic. Yeah, but not that mode. Let's do not slice, just grain. What is the rate? What is this? Not quite it yet. I think I'm gonna load in a faceplant in that case. This faceplant can do this better. Control J. No, that's an audio clip. What the hell? I want a MIDI clip. Thank you very much. C3. Let's bring this in as a... Oh, it's not letting me drag it in. Right, undo this. And the Pro Q over. Okay, never mind. Let's get rid of that. Do that again here. Let's bring in a wavetable. Minus 29 sounded pretty good. Let's go to... Let's see. I need something like... Synth triangle, square, spectral, signs. Oh, oh. Morphs, noisy. Where is it? Growls, maybe? FM, maybe? And then we'll do analog sine wave. Gain volume. Different speeds there, and then we'll apply these guys. Do 3 times. And then I know you can set the grains to, I think it was density. And if you set it to 1 grain, it's just going to play 1 grain depending on the speed of the grain envelope. If I remember correctly. Let's bring in a slice EQ. And then let's see if we can get this crunchy. So we'll grab some noise Actually, we're going to grab some granular. Oh, not some granular. No, where is it? Sampler. Grab some noise. Also going to apply the same thing to the noise. And then on top of that, we're going to go to some kind of glitch. Mute the gain here. Go to distortion. Turn on the bias. Apply that to the pink noise as well. That's going to give us that crunchy top layer. Hello, call breaks. I'm doing good. How about you? Hope you're doing good. Slow it up. Data. Let's bring in let's bring in multipass. But then we're gonna grab a convolver where we're gonna do the whole thing with the dispersion. But only to the mids, not the high end. See how that goes. And a high pass filter. Get some. Oh, and now we're going to try and just very gently clip it into. That's not what I wanted to grab. Is an octave too high or something? Open LFO. Why that changed to Bitwig? Faster workflow? No, it's just more stable and faster than Ableton. Thanks for the weird sounds, man. Helps me keep my mind off things a bit. Oh, I appreciate that. And no problem. No worries. Hope you're doing well. 5 steps. Oh, well, let's add a bit crusher to this so we can get it like really clean. Just the bits. Where's the... Yeah, it's just a pad. I'm just trying to get sort of a vibe for this. The problem is probably that we're doing too much compression here. If anything, what we could try and do is do some... something weird, just something strange. So we can pull. Realistically, we can just play this as a sample. Like, it doesn't really matter if it's a granular or a sample at this point. So when we just drag in a sample again. But we still need to have it going through the... No, C4. Is that correct? I'm not sure. Let me play oops, that's the buttons. There we go. You put it to A4. Okay, wait, let me just put this to master. I guess I have to put it to C3 then. Yeah, that's just an octave higher. That's correct, okay. Okay, so it is correct. Cool. Let's play around with it. See if we can do something cool with the filter table on linear phase. And then grab the, what was it, the formants, I think? Gnarly one. That one usually has some cool. Something like that. The question is, we can kind of go a little cuckoo and bring in some kind of melodic element here as well. Like an ARP loop or something. G minor we need. Let's go location, melodics. Let's go grains maybe. Let's go with a guitar maybe. That would be cool. No, one of these. Oh, they're too much. Sure. E minor. How much do I have to go up? If E minor, we want to go to G. F sharp, G. So 3 up. So from C4 we go 1, 2. No, 1, 2, 3. That sounds wrong. Probably 4 down then. 3 down. Yeah. Think. Yeah, I think so. But let's try an octave lower. No. Let's not do that. Go to melody loops and just pick something from here. Let's pick the spectral ones. What are they? Melody loop, but we don't have any in G, so the closest would be E minor. C, D, E, yeah. Melody loop, spectral melody loop. Where are the other ones? Oh no, we did more. Okay, so we're in D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G. So that's 5 up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So we're getting some cool sounds now. Can we get something cool out of... Let's It sounds to me like there's a stuff up here. Where's the So that's the loudest bit. Let's turn up the target. That's mostly the sub, and then the sub is actually quite enough. Sub sits low down there. The sub is somewhere over here. Somewhere there. Just trying to extract some interesting parts of the spectrum, making them really loud. So the sub sits around here. That's where the sub sits. Let's try opalize on this as well. And try the second harmonic. Then maybe we'll pick a different sub note. That's the note. That's I think that's it. That harmonic is nice. That is a nice harmonic right there. Sounds really cool. Yep, that's working. Now, how much of this do we need? Because what is this going to sound if we... Oh, I don't want that. Right. Yeah, that's cool. Let's play around with the harmonics. These will kind of determine when the sub and stuff comes in. But to me, it sounds like we don't really need it to be this complex. Like even 2 would be enough. We're basically just mixing 2 LFOs. We get bass cancellation from both at different speeds, so we're getting a bit more of an interesting result. But it does all kind of... It's kind of the same thing. So let's try the delay plus here and create some space. Put that on there, just a single feedback with some softening. make it wide. Then I think we need to add an EQ in here. This sound to me like it needs a proper high cut. So this is without spec comp, and that's with it. So it's definitely giving more interesting texture. The question is, this needs to react to the pre-build. So it needs to play a specific note, and I think it's somewhere down here. And we need some sidechain on that because there's 0 sidechain on this. Oops, there we go. And then this needs to just be, nope, that's not what's supposed to happen. I'm gonna drag this closer. I like the sound of this. I wonder if the sounds really cool though. Quite unique. So I like that. Yeah, that's cool. Let's maybe try and just like have what, like a 7th? So plus 5 or plus 7? This is even without any like spectral auto tuning or anything like that. Honestly, bandpass on everything might do the trick, also in terms of contrast. You can always try loading in a different, let's lock that in there, and then I like that one. That one's really cool. Let's see how that sounds in context. The question is just if it's the right note in the progression. So that would be 37, will be 25 minus 25. And now let's see if we can just clean that up. I wanted to have a transition sound in between. So what I'm gonna just do is I'm just gonna add a layer here. I'm gonna go to my glitches, and actually gonna go to the ones in bundle 2, and like I'm just gonna bring in this one, and I want this to just kind of transition these guys right here. I'm gonna bring in EQ. But I want it to be very guttural. So I'm gonna have to cycle through these guys. It will let me. Oh yeah, wait. We can do. I think it was like what, like pattern. And now if I move one of them, it lets me do it. There's a tiny spot where it lets me. I think. Well, certainly not anymore. Just grab this. Oh my god, now it's connected. What the hell? What the helly? Alright, Bitwig, please. Let me scrub through the sample. Oh my god. Thank god. Yeah. Somewhere in between there. And then up just a little bit. So where's the up again? Here we go. And then maybe now we can just like drag in a different sample. Oh god. Nope, that's not how we do it. How do I just replace... Man, what the hell? See, this is the stuff that's a bit easier to do in Ableton. For sure. Working in audio, I do feel like... I need a pattern again. Is this like pitch too? I don't want it to be... Oh my... raw. Let's do this section. Thanks. Does that make sense? I just want to replace the sample. Does that make any sense? Like, I'm not trying to... I guess I got to clip. Ah, that's it. Ah, there we go. See, that's how we do it. All right. A different one. Try a different one. That one's pretty cool. Loop this somehow? How do I wanna remove the loop. I don't want the loop anymore. Please. Oh no. Come on. Do keyboard acrobatics. Now can't we just drop this an octave? What is it? Like minus 20 33. Oh, I just don't care at the moment, yeah. Maybe we should really make this space like more like a... The difference between that's hilarious. Okay, so that would you want that? Beat that guy. It should hit like bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Oh, we still have the, I think we still have the tool in there. And then it sounds to me like it wants to do a filter movement. So I don't know if it's like filter or filter plus. Maybe it even wants to do something like goes up to 100% there, and then when we hit the vocal, let's make it a but that's not just a one. On top of that, we also have a high pass, which will just like go up here. Let's have like another point there. I don't want that point. And please move. Do some more of that. Less of this. Let's bring this up, maybe. Ah, okay. And then we move the delay after. And then let's have it a little tighter. And now we have like full control over everything. Now, still don't know if that's the right sub note to play, so let's go back to up. So. minus 90 minus 12 is minus 31, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. See if we... Cool. In the drop, we have this big section here. And I wanted to increase the LFO kind of thing that we have going on here. I think this is controlled by some kind of kickstart. No, snappy. Okay. So I want it to be even stronger. Then, not super happy with this one. We'll try the global unison at 3. Minus 50. Oh, no. This needs an entirely different kind of vibe. I don't think that an arpeggiated thing here really works well. Also, for the drop, kind of want to replace the spec on beta 1 here for group processing. So I'm going to do that. We also have this the reverb on this one is insane. But I assume that's spec comp. Jesus Christ. Okay. We'll go into the middle of this one. And maybe here we do kind of a different switch. Oh, that's still playing. That's not supposed to play anymore. Thank you. So I want it to be something else there.
So far away.
this. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the big chords here. I'm gonna back off the clipper. I'm gonna reset the output gain. I'm also gonna check out the stereo on on this entire thing, because I have a feeling it could be a little bit more stereo. So I'm gonna do this. What? Wait, what's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have another parallel. If I add a limiter to both. Sort of boosting the stereo width a little bit, but also controlling it with the limiter. And I think that needs to be more happening here with the chords, because they're a bit too simple right now. And I think what we need to do is we need to unfreeze this. We need to effectively automate the attack, the decay, and the release, probably. Yes, and then just do more of it, and quicker. So more attack, more decay, more release. It basically just becomes a supersaw towards the end, and then I'm just gonna bounce it again. Nice. And this audio channel has nothing, so we can just delete this guy and just have this one play, and then disable the track again. I also feel like a delay could be useful in here. Faster. What if you had a transgate to this? Let's make it slower. We can randomize this, so I don't know if the randomization even works well. Oh no, okay, it's just selecting. That would have been cool to be able to like randomize these guys. That would be fun. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it'd be really fun if we just like remove this section. Maybe we'll do cut this section up and then just paste this guy. Here's sort of these. Hello. I switched to Bitwig about, I think, 2 months ago? No, a month ago? 1 or 2 months ago? I think I switched to Bitwig. I did like it higher. I wanna go back into the, where's the vocal? There's a vocal here. Well, it has a bunch of effects on it, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just, I'm gonna bounce this. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, 2, 3, 4. Bam, bam, boom. So it's this section. What if we do? Some section I want to just kind of like glitch out effectively. Sort of like that. Just probably a little bit tighter. And then go there. I wish there was an easy way to do this. Like is there like a beat repeat kind of thing, kind of plugin? Is there such a thing? Like I want to trigger it and then I want to be able to basically, I need to make a plug data patch that does this, I think. I think there's no other way around it. Basically, you have a trigger that then replays the sound for a specific amount of time. Has to be a way. Yes, I just don't have a loop in oh well, there's a Ableton rack that's called the same thing. Let me do a little crossfade here. Time 12 is kind of like gross speed, but 3 if you're looking for this kind of thing. Oh, 1012 is like a third party VST? Get rid of this crossfade here. That's a bit better. Let me loop like this section. And then we have... We will loop this entire section here. We definitely need to loop after. So, oh my god, please. Somewhere around here is where we need to loop. What we could also do is we could loop this section, just like move it forward. And then that might allow us to do some cool stuff. Yeah, sort of. I want to loop just like this section. Oh. This section. Yep. That sort of works. Is there anything else playing at the same time? Not really, right? There's like, what is this? Let's mute it. There's no back effects. Bitwig has something similar to that. Yeah. Let's make it even shorter. Like I'm gonna grab it here. Grab this section. One more, but I'm gonna... That's cool. What if we also make it stutter in the beginning? So we have like... Can't even hear the first one. We need to like... We effectively want to take this piece and then... What if I hold Alt? No. And in this section, we only have a ride. Yep, we do have back effects here. Wait, so what's going on here? We need a reverse, like a thump. Have like a thump. Something like that. I thought we could just reverse it like that. Reverse. No, that's not it. Maybe that? There's like something else in here. I almost have a feeling. This doesn't have... Oh shit. happened here? What the hell? Okay. Very mid-heavy. I don't think this layer should be in there. I think it's too aggressive because of the spec comp. Multi-band compressing so much. Bring it down to this layer. No, it has no energy. Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, what if we play a different note? No. That's cool. That's cool. Let me see if I can do something else. I think this needs an EQ as well. Probably needs a filter. I can't really see the... Can you see the filter shape in this? Because it's kind of not really... Okay, just filter it is. Hello? Pressing A, thank you. That's too much. If we do... Delete. No. There's like an extra sound there. Yeah, it's this. Okay. Smooth. And this, we need to get like the right harmonics in this bass. Maybe with a bit of chroma could help. Since these are all chromatic notes, so who knows? We're in G minor, right? So use a little bit of spectral morphing and gate. See? And oh, anti-chroma could be cool, but I'm trying to make it entirely chromatic in this case. And I'm wondering if I even need it. Sort of, yeah. The spectral gate here is helping a lot. It does sound like it wants to be before Specom though. Because... Ah, no, because that... Okay, that's going to mess stuff up. There we go. I'm getting a bit of distortion because of chroma. Let's see. I think the filter should come in a little bit earlier. So, rather more like... And then this one, more high pass. It could also be the gnarly wavetable here. That we might want to... Okay, that one's kind of nuts. Not sure about the toms here. Meet these. Almost feels like that could fit a respace instead. Right. Where's the vocal? And there's like stuff here. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can use this much spec comp on the group processing. I think we need to lower it just a bit. Because if we're doing too much, then we're just really... Cool. Let's add a... Oh yeah. Instrument channel. Let's load up a face plan in there. What note are we playing? Where's the big superstars? It's A sharp. Now, how do we make our... I think we're just going to make it with a ring mod. Well, let's do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Noise, maybe like a low pass. Stereo. Yeah, and then we just stored it. Take that. Put it here. And then we start off from some kind of like lower note. It's already compressed thanks to the spec comp. Now, let's put on a multipass and a LFO. Trigger at first. There we go. Let's bring in the filter table. Let's go to formants, Nolly. In your face. You can also try and no track. Maybe it's not that one. Was it the spectral one or the sweeping? I might be sweeping. Might be one of these. It's not playing. Hello? Hello? Which one is it? Okay. It's really struggling to hit the spacebar here for some reason. Well, that's annoying. I think it's whenever I am in the browser here, it's not letting me. Was one of these? I think it was. It might have been gnarly. It just that one's doing too much. Which one was it? There was one in here that was perfect. Let's just go to our one then. Grab an envelope. Make sure this is on. And then we'll just mix up. Not those. None of these. Nope, none of these work quite well. Oh wow, what's going on here? Why is it so slow? Nope. Growl? I think literally the first one was the best filter. And then maybe we'll also add a just a simple notch filter, and we'll automate the queue. Do some movement as well. So we'll do first legato notes, and then we'll do something like that. So we'll do something like this. Cool. It's still kind of mono though, so and we'll automate some kind of low pass filter in as well. And then obviously we'll make sure we have no low end on the See what that sounds like in context. We'll add a little bit of spec comp onto this. A bit. Question is if we even need it. Not really, right? We don't actually need it. We just need... I just did it. Okay. We need to be just less aggressive with the curves. I'm still not hearing enough face cancellation from the method here. So I think we may want to do a single sine wave into a ring mod. Sideband, sideband. Yeah. And then maybe we don't even need this one. And then the noise here. Can't do much there, actually. Now just the filtering is more interesting. And we need to distort this as well with a bias. There we go. That sounds pretty cool. What if you... Oh, there's already... Yeah. That's pretty cool, right? That's a pretty clean thing. You don't even need the... Okay, maybe we can actually replace the saw wave with something else now. Now that we have the option. What if we go to, like, filter here? Let's go to the growl section. Geez, why are these so slow? No, I definitely want saw harmonics, so I think those are the cleanest. Ah, this one does no... Okay. Okay. I see. What is it? Can try half of the rate. Nope. Oh. Move this a little bit. So many options. So many options. So if we wanted it to be a little bit different than this, what we could do is we could grab a multipass and just automate the gain of this instead, because ultimately the filters may be a little bit too smooth. This is a bit different to the filter. It's like a high shelf, effectively. Let's see if we can just distort everything together then. But if we distort it, we should probably bring down the kind of works. That's cool. And then let's just see if we can add a pitch bend to this. That's the last thing. Not that you would hear it. What's the notes? I think it should just be no change. That's an octave too high too. And what if we take towards the end here, I want it to slow down a little bit. Not playing the right. Is it doing it? Sort of. Yeah, kind of. Oh, can't hear them now. Okay. Bring down the glide. The star is kind of kind of messing with stuff here. I have actually songs, Blair, sorry. It's in particular with drum compression. Like if you compress a break, it's sometimes cool to have a parallel transient signal. So for example, I have this break here. Oh, will it play? Hello? Whoa, what is Bitwig doing? Oh shit. What the hell? Are you good, Bitwig? Are we okay? Oh, did I save? I think I was saving. Oops. Maybe there's an autosave. Is there an autosave in this? So right here on this entire group, I have this effects layer, which is basically just upwards compressing and inflating to take down the mix. And then I have another layer, which is just isolated transients, which is in parallel. So usually people would like use compression to downwards compression to then catch the attacks of the transients, and use the attack to sort of dial that in. The problem there is that you can't really dial in the volume really without also changing the compression, and you can't really dial in the a consistent attack because it's all based on the release and such as well. So if you just have a separate transient layer with like a transient shaper, we can have our focus one layer on the compression bit with no attack, and then the other part, so to take out the transients here. So the sort of separate processes, which is really nice because oftentimes you wouldn't be able to do a transient shaper after a compressor, because when you squash the dynamics, it's harder for the transient shaper to detect, the transients. It's a really neat way of just kind of using curve compression or general compression to just smash it, and then use the separate isolated transients. Well, not isolated, but in parallel. So this really makes a difference. I'm not sure. There's two fighting melodies here. We have this main melody, I think. Oh, where is it? This guy. And then this. And this guy just needs to take a backseat. I think that's cool. That's cool. What if we open it up in stereo? Like, what if we did like take the stereo, assign it to an automation slot. We start off mono, but then towards the end we like open it up quite a bit. Is it automating it? need to use linear phase processing on it, or is it all G? It's all G. It's just a single band process. And then we can control the speed. Some strange. Strange harmonics on there. Really weird, like. Check with an EQ. Yeah, I can see it there. What is that? All right, let's see the speed. It's the filter table here, that's not quite. This needs what? Control T. Control J. Doesn't actually change the note there. That's annoying. It goes from where's this? What's this? Mm-hmm. Wait, the sub is still changing. Can we restore these together? Is that possible? Actually, that note doesn't quite. That kind of works. Copy this guy. So we can add. That's too much. That's too harmonic for me. The problem is that it's a very long sustained chord. And it's a bit boring. That's better. That's better. That's more interesting. No filter, no that. Mm. Maybe we're getting somewhere. I don't think that. We're getting somewhere. It's actually playing the note of the... That's cool. It's kind of playing the note. Hello, Deathwish Boy. So I am noticing Faceplant is severely sort of slowing down, at least UI-wise. Everything else seems to run kind of okay, except for Plug Data as well. It kind of slows down. We take these up an octave. No.
We're wide awake, catching the moonlight to watch the stars rise. So far away, the sky's igniting. I find a way to stay.
This part of the mixdown feels a bit mono to me. I gotta check this out. Where's my character staring? But look at the frame rate here. Is this coming through in the on the stream? This is running at like 10 FPS. I have not tried Zebra Free yet. I have not tried it yet. The problem is we have this thing that has way too much stereo information on the low end. Wait, what? Wait. We're not on the right channel. Is this even working? Wait, lane 1? Lane lane one, lane one. Yes, it is. Add the frequency shifter. Whoa. See, that wasn't super fast either. This one is. It's the wrong channel again. Keeps happening to me. Then mix down. What's going on now? I don't know if I should just keep it clean. Yeah. The way I wrote the chord progression makes it really hard to work there. Once you go up. But I can't rewrite the chord progression just for that bit. That's the problem. I'm getting confused. This makes no sense now. So this goes back here. Okay, this is cool, but this needs to like open up towards the end. Where's the respace? So, towards the end, needs to open up. Yeah, this is really laggy. Wow. Well, this is like running at 4 FPS. Okay, so I think it's probably the notch filter here causing some issues. What's the notch filter? Bitwig's UI seems smooth though. Yes, you're right. Bitwig itself seems to be entirely smooth, completely smooth. 165 hertz, probably actually. And then there's basebar just running at like 6 hertz. You actually check that we're not running into some kind of memory leak or something like that. But we seem to be fine. Nope, we're good. I'm gonna save real quick. Still saving. So I'll be right back. I'm quickly gonna go to the toilet and I'll be back. Alrighty. I am on the latest beta. I don't think this is actually a Bitwig issue. I think this might be a faceplant or kilohertz issue. Because other plugins don't run like this, right? I think I have some other examples here. Like, Omnisphere is completely fine. And then Faceplant's the one very much chugging along. I think even if I loaded in like a serum, if I did like a serum 2, I would assume that would be completely stable as well. Yeah. So this is a kilohertz related problem. I'm missing some sort of stable low end on this, so let me check out the baseline here. Multipass. So that clipper has some kind of input gain, maybe? -4. Okay, that explains it. Well, that obviously kind of limits it and how much sub we can have on this. That's kind of it. That's kind of it. I'll down a little bit. Maybe extract the stereo out of it. And then we'll have the delay probably be 0 on here. Less feedback on that. Be more. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I don't think Bitwig gives me any options. It could be that if I run this in the mode where it's all bundled with the audio engine, then maybe it'll run faster. But this is probably something for kilohertz to look at. Something's going on there. It's still too bright for me. Turn down the... You disable the filter. Oh, let's go with that. See, I don't like the static chord here. Can I just... kind of want to do da, da, but I don't know if I can. Why is this not playing at all? Like, is this snappy? The only thing I can think of is that if we... that we start this later off. So we kind of change it up a little bit where we do... What plays over here? I guess we could throw in a growl or something. That would probably work. Yeah, that would probably work. What is the note that we're playing here? D sharp. Okay, that's an audio clip. That's not what I wanted. See, okay, wait. Yeah, just being stupid. D sharp. Where's D sharp? Oh, did I save the project? I don't remember saving it. See, I think there's an autosave now. I think that must be an autosave because I don't remember pressing Control S. Right. I don't think that's the note. That's not the note, is it? Or it is? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. Then let's go ahead and automate the pitch. There we go. And I suppose we do a wavetable. I mean, honestly, just do that. So let's grab a multipass. No, let's do it differently. Apply a high pass filter on this. Then we'll have another envelope. I got this. I gotta think. Oh yeah. By a low pass. Lane 2. This goes to lane 1. By a high pass. Then we can do a filter table. Grab a notch filter. In this case, we may actually do the band reject. Oh, grab a plug data. Oh yeah, it's really taken a while to load this. It's like, because of all the messages that it's sending out when it's loading, it's kind of overloading Bitwig for a second. Very interesting. I'm gonna just add a little bit of also to the output. Set at 0. Doing that out a little bit, and then now we can go crazy. Yeah, this band reject is not doing enough. And perhaps we actually start off. I want to kind of clean up the saw wave a little bit. Grab the initial wavetable. 100. It's not really doing much though in this case, so maybe we should send that out to sideband and then use it after this in the ring mod. It's a bit bigger. Doesn't do much there. Back. think we also need noise. There. I'm not really getting the mid frequencies I want from this though. So I'm gonna do this differently. I'm gonna start off with a regular wavetable. I'm gonna do it the other way because I'm not really getting the results I want. So I'm gonna go with complex. And then we're gonna go ahead and apply a ring mod to this. And then we'll just grab an analog and some form and shifting. Lower this. Bring in the filter table. Now we're getting more interesting things. Let's start up phase. Maybe we'll use some distortion in this. Sounds kind of nuts. And then maybe a formant filter. Let's see if we need to... hey, we're getting somewhere. I need this lower. I need some stereo on this. Then oh. Oh wait, is this going through? Okay, this is still on. All right, now we need more compression on this. I just want it to be a little bit more... a bit more, yeah, like that. A little bit less higher. Oh. This is making it really slow to work in faceplant. Whatever's going on with the refresh rate here is not good. That's not good. Hello, Sire GD. Do we have to? No, we don't have to go the other way. This is correct. We could also try and go with, what's the pitch bend? Do you have the pitch bend here? Pitch wheel. Plus minus? Oh, okay. So we basically, we start off at a low volume. And then when we go up in volume. Oh, this is slow. This is so slow. Good God, this is slow to work with. Y'all can witness this, right? This is like 3 hertz. Hello, yes. Finally in Bitwig. Chugging along with faceplant, which is running at like 2 hertz. Unfortunately. No, it seems to slow down with a bigger project. Which is strange. Very strange. So like Bitwig is completely smooth. I don't know if it's if you can see it from the stream, but it's completely smooth. All the individual instances are very, very, very slow. Like, very slow. It's like a weird... Adjust that. Was there like 2 on the note gate? What am I adjusting right now? Oh my God, please. Why does this keep happening to me? Yeah, we need to go into the... Where is it? Oh, 4. So 2-4, and then towards the end, we actually go down in the speed of this guy. Down like. Close, 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 close. Okay. Ah, this makes it so slow to work with. In settings, the plugin sandboxing, is it per manufacturer or per plugin? I think it means Bitwig puts the plugin into one process, then maybe many faceplants in one process is hard for CPU. We can do a test here. Oh my God, Black Toilet effects. Hung. while processing audio. It's like it's crapping itself. Yeah, I'm not sure what block data is doing right now. There we go. Saved. Let's try it. But I'm going to go to plugins. I'm going to set it. So right now it's on together. Sandbox together, separating them from the audio engine. So which one should I choose? By plugin? Together? So I can imagine that together causes the slowdown. So I think I've also noticed this in Ableton. I think I've had the same issue in Ableton. With Bitwig, obviously, could be problematic. I'm going to try with Bitwig, because obviously this is the least safest option. But I mean, I would guess that individually would run the worst, right? And then with Bitwig would run the fastest. And I'm guessing I would have to terminate the process, which in itself will take a while. Well, that was quick. And then if we activate Audio Engine, now it should load everything with the Audio Engine, I suppose. We'll see. Because it's just the UI issue, right? Like CPU-wise, I'm fine. I'm not hitting any buffer overruns or anything like that. Plug that out sometimes takes a bit of time to load because it is overrunning the buffer. But like the UI and almost all plugins is fine. It's just like kilohertz stuff just slows down to a crawl, which is a bit problematic. But I've not had any crashes. Like I haven't had the Audio Engine crash, for example. That's not happened yet. I'm pretty safe on that front. Okay, that does seem to run a bit faster. That does look better. Oh God, I can finally work again. Wow. Wow, I can work again. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna just keep this on. What if we pick the saw wave again? That sounds very boring. But it could sound cool. If we switch this to original. And then maybe we still apply this. No. Oof. Yeah. It's not very growly anymore. Well, okay, we can offset the wavetable though. Do a shift of like 90. Nope. I think like probably like 45. Sort of. And this isn't quite giving me the transients that that is giving me. Ew. All right. It's kind of running better now. It could also be that switching it back could be running faster again as well. I'm going to hit Control S here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it save. Oh, it also saved very, very fast. Let me go back to together, right? And then I'm going to once again terminate the process. This is some beta testing right here. Activate the audio engine. It's going to take a bit again. I'm going to see if faceplant is slow again. If it's fast upon loading, I suspect that it's some kind of bug that slows down all plugins after time, effectively. So some kind of maybe it's a memory leak or something like that. That after a while it'll slow everything down. But it seems like maybe just resetting the audio engine fixes the problem, and it's just a bug in the beta. Or maybe it's just like, you know, not using the most CPU efficient method. We'll see. So let's see. Let's go back to the growl patch. Yeah, see, it's still running okay. So this confirms what I thought, which is it could be that the more faceplants I open, like if I open this one, okay, that one's empty. I open this one, and then I open this one, and then I open this one. And then maybe I open this one, I open this one, I open like this one. No, they all still run fine. So maybe just after a while it starts going like starts sort of slowing down for some reason, and it's probably a bug.
Touching the stars, touching the
Close plus reopen, yeah, basically. I mean, you know, you don't have to at least close the entire door. You just terminate the process and reload it. Which takes 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes maybe. Right, there's a lot going on here still. Oh yeah, also, I'll probably keep that in, but like a... Still too loud. I want to kind of... Grab the low boost. Can I just do like bit crush? Bit 8. Let's try that one. What is this? What does this do? Clock. This doesn't seem... Okay. Bit crush. That's what I wanted. It's a bit too fast. Turn it down. Alright, that's getting somewhere. One second. What does that sound? The hell? What is that? Like, is that what? What is that? Oh, ew. That's like a weird. What is that? That sounds very weird. That's Is that the sub? Where's the sub making noises like that? Let's send this up to none. And then bus 1. And then we'll add a distortion with a post low pass. And then bus 2 goes to direct. There you go. Fixed. Awesome. Now we just have to get the foreman right on the bass. Ah, no. See, that's better because we're actually like splitting up that chord. What if you do like a... So we need a convolver. We need the phase mode, but in reverse. Kind of. And then we need no envelopes. Maybe a bit. Then maybe we need it to be even longer. Problem is that we have probably some kind of envelope on that guy. So we can do that. We just need to do the convolver outside of it. It's nice to just be able to run in real time again. Jesus. Invert. Yeah. And then let's lower this. That's really cool. Yeah, there's lots of basses in this one. So we... So let me listen to the entire thing again and then see what we can hallucinate for the for this section.
We're wide awake, catching the moonlight to watch the stars rise. So far away, the sky's igniting. I'll find a way to stay.
Catching the stars rise. Catching the stars rise. Catching the
Nice. Can I type in a value? Is that possible? Like, can I go edit something? That has to be possible, right? Gotcha.
catching the
Gotcha.
stars rise. Stars rise. Stars rise. Stars rise. Stars rise.
Multipass. That could like use an opalize, or maybe we just add a sub lower octave, send it to master. Ah, sounds nice. So we can adjust the noise. That sounds cool. I just want to adjust it like slightly. Oh, that one sounds like beer. Oh, like someone burping. I see.
Catching the
Very guttural.
catching the stars rise.
I do like the vocal sections though. So like
Watching the stars rise, 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 stars rise.
Let me bring in an auto. No, just a just culture.
Stars rise.
Can I get rid of the... There's only with this moving now. Maybe I'll go into the target here and I'll just scoop out some of the middle.
Watching the stars rise.
That one doesn't quite sound that good now.
Watching. Watching the watching the
Is the kick drum completely...
watching the stars rise.
I'm intrigued to
Watching the
try giving it curve comp at like -2.
watching the stars rise. Watching the stars rise.
The Reese kind of sounds like it's giggling.
Stars rise.
It's too fast, for sure.
Stars rise. Stars rise. Stars rise. Watching the stars rise. Watching the
This almost needs more...
watching the
The main bass. This is the main bass. On the right channel, it's more noise. And less of this. Is this going lane 1? It's going to lane 2. It's also going through the convolver. I see the problem.
watching the stars rise.
So it needs to like do another face plant. And then this one goes double the speed. Where's the automation for... Grab an envelope on the master. See how much... How much faster I am when this thing actually runs. But not for... Why am I not hearing the effect though? What's going on? Bit too much. That's nasty. I know why.
Touching the guys. Touching guys.
I can't get this sound right, so I'm just gonna use the other one because I can't get it right for some reason. I'm just gonna mute this one.
Touching the touching the touching the
And we're gonna change this
touching the
because I kind of wanted to
touching the
where's the effects? Down here? Yeah, it's down here. We'll move this over here.
touching the
Put that over there.
touching the guys. Touching the touching the touching the touching the
And then we'll grab that sample. We'll go to group 2. Add another channel down here.
touching touching the moonlight.
Mute this guy.
Touching the moonlight.
Maybe we'll do...
Touching the moonlight, touching the moonlight, to watch the stars. Touching the moonlight, touching the moonlight, touching the moonlight, touching the moon, touching the moonlight, touching the moonlight.
grab a delay. A ping pong. Bit of ducking.
Catching the moonlight. 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 Catching the moonlight.
I think we only need like upwards compression on the.
Catching the moon. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moon. Catching the moonlight.
Then we can kind of.
Catching the
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
Control Z.
Catching the moon. Catching the moonlight.
Contact. Noir. See, now I'm kind of just like running through this again after just restarting the audio engine.
Catching the moonlight. 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 Catching.
Can I change the velocity of these? Yes, I can.
Catching the moon. Catching. Catching the moonlight. Catching the. Catching the moonlight.
Oh, that one goes up.
Catching the moonlight. 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 Catching the moonlight.
Kind of wants to land on the F, but makes no sense.
Catching the moonlight.
Yep.
Catching. Catching the moonlight. 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 Catching the moonlight.
Leave a note for this.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moon. Catching the moonlight. Catching.
This please.
Catching the moonlight.
Then somehow we'll have to figure out how to kind of transition that to probably something a little bit different. I'll have to see.
catching the
still sidechain on the low end, huh? Oh, I'm being stupid. Okay. I think we should probably just add a trans gate here. Trans gate. Ah, it switches to triplet towards the end. Making it hard for myself here.
Catching the stars rise.
This is kind of cool, but hello, CRISPR. Not quite sure about this base. I'm getting too many options here. Too much. Go back to my amp once.
Catching the stars rise.
Catching the moonlight.
Rise.
Catching the moonlight.
Rise.
Catching the
Can I not stretch this? Hello? What do you mean you can't stretch this? What do you mean? Just because of a fade? What? Excuse me? That's strange. Wow, so it won't let me stretch because I have the fade in, right? Well, let me do the fade in here then. Maybe that'll, yeah, nice, okay.
catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
Catching the moonlight.
Catching the moonlight.
Catching the moonlight.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
Like that. Needs two things. So needs a Valhalla. But I know that Valhalla is hard to mix in. The mix is very weird, but maybe it'll work in Bitwig. turn this up as well. Filter. Bypass. Yep. And then we enable it here, disable it here, disable it here.
Catching the stars rise.
This just kind of comes into randomly. That's better. But we need movement. That. What's happening? We need to be something like that, and then Kisha's filter. It comes in. Is it playing a different note here? Let me check. Yeah, we're playing a different note here. We're playing a G. But okay, the way we're going to do it is we're going to have where is it? Go. I'm going to play that note. And then this is going to go down an octave. I also hear another problem. This bass has it has a note gain on it, but that doesn't work. Something about this doesn't quite work. Turn this all the way down. Yeah, something in here is still causing it. Is there something like a tool, and then we need a node-driven? I mean, not MIDI. It just needs to be like an envelope. ADSR, I suppose. All of it down. Well, the sustain should be up. And then we set the gain. This one goes to minus infinite. And we set it to 1. Okay. Weird.
Catching the stars rise. Catching the stars rise.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the catching the
Stars rise.
catching the moonlight.
I know there's a way to I'm gonna save real quick. This is Bitwig. Oh, it saved fast. Let's go here. Wait, was it? Version overlay. And then we want formant. Nice.
Catching the moon,
And then we want it to go down.
catching the moonlight, catching the moon, catching the moon,
Can we even start at like 0?
catching the moon, catching the moonlight, catching the moonlight.
Wait, where's the
Catching the starlight. Starlight. Catching the starlight.
check the snare drum. That is very distorted. Let me lower the distortion on this. I think what we want from this is maybe not the distortion, but I think what we specifically want is for the body to be limited. And then we want the cage's clipper in there. And then let's push it up. Yeah. So instead of trading distortion, we're just gonna
Catching the
let's clean it.
starlight. Starlight. Catching the starlight. Catching the
Moonlight, moonlight,
catching the moon. Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the
moonlight,
catching the moon.
moonlight,
Maybe it does fit. Maybe we'll do.
Catching the moon.
moonlight.
Okay, maybe we can play that chord. Maybe we can.
Catching the moon.
Moonlight,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon. Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Or
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
bring in a grain loop. That one's really cool. And then that's E. Oh god, no. Like, how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
Catching the moon. Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon.
How am I supposed to know?
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Put it to Elastic Pro. Pull in E, F, F sharp, G. So free up.
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
Oh,
Catching the moon.
moonlight,
F, F sharp, G. Yeah.
Catching the moon.
moonlight, Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
That doesn't sound right though.
Catching the moonlight. 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 Catching the moonlight.
Okay, we're not gonna use that one then. Plastic Pro.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
I mean, the other one would be like either 8 or 9.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
10.
Catching the moonlight.
Yep, 10. So we do Plastic Pro. So 10 or minus 2.
Catching the moonlight. Catching the moonlight.
That works.
Catching the stars rise.
On earlier as well. Where's the on off for Transgate on off? Oh, what?
Catching the stars rise. Stars rise. Catching the stars rise. Catching the moonlight.
And then goes back to that. Dumitral Miron. Wait. Are you... Weren't you part of Zeta? If I remember correctly? Nice.
We're wide
you're good.
awake, catching the
I'm
moonlight
still making this music.
to watch the stars rise. So far away, the sky's igniting. I'll find a way to stay.
Catching the moonlight.
Sweet. I think we've come fairly far. I'm not quite sure what to do after this first drop. It doesn't quite lead into a second drop. It does feel quite complete. So I'll have to see what to do. Maybe it'll go straight into a breakdown, but it would be a fairly short drop, right? It's like, what? Like, wait, does this even tell me somewhere? Oh, it does. Yeah. Like 26 seconds. I mean, that's good. That's a good amount of time. Well, actually, it's a little less. 23 seconds.
Catching the stars rise.
Bum, bum, bum. We need like a bum, 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 bum. We'll do one more channel here, something pretty. Unmute, and then I think we'll make it Omnisphere. Hello, Temporos. Experimental connect. Let's go with picked and plucked. Oh, there's only two. What? Plucked discoveries. There's like only two presets in here. Yeah, that's not quite it. That's of tone. Nope. More hybrid. It should be fairly high. Hello, Ace. I'm thinking actually, theoretically, with Snap Heap, we should get MIDI through and we should be able to use filter table, then use the synth one shot on envelope. Then we'll grab note. What was it like? 22,500, something like that. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. That does not work. I want something very soft. Where's the texture coming from? I mean, like a bunch of textures here. Is there like some kind of... Wait. System, multi, effects. We're getting spammed on Discord. 1 second. What can I set the... I've already shortened it. Okay, decay here. There we go. Nice. Let's go ahead to multi, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna how do I do this again? Oh, stop. A copy part, paste part. Wait. There we go. And then both of them go through channel 1. And then we'll just do slide. And then go in here and one gets a different timbre. Sounds interesting. Let's add a Pro Q. And then obviously we gotta mute it whenever it's not supposed to play. Let's see if we can like lower these. Kind of. Yeah, that kind of works. And then, oh, actually, maybe instead of, we do tape stop. So when we have that last note hitting, we just do... Oh, Evolve actually sounds really cool. We do like that. Then... And then obviously it should also be quiet. And then maybe a bit crusher. So that was the end. We also do this. Another option would be to do only do this, and then we do a bounce. Then we disable the track, and maybe we'll go in and like just mangle this, take in this bit, and then do something like that. Probably shorter. And then it feels like this needs to move a bit. Whoa, what is that? That way shorter? Let's compress it. Curve comp. And that's way too much. So let's do more like that. more towards that section, and then clean that over. That's pretty cool.
Catching the stars rise.
Yeah.
Catching the stars rise. Catching the moonlight.
All right.
Catching the
I'll just make it backwards.
catching the
I wonder if we should do just two. We'll just do it like that.
catching the stars rise. Catching the catching the stars rise. Catching the moonlight.
If we add a delay onto that, that sound like. No, no.
Catching the catching the stars rise. Catching the moonlight.
All right, I'd say we'll listen to this one more time. Then we're going to wrap it up for today because it's pretty late now. And I got to eat something. I'm meaning to eat something for a few hours now. But this is turning out great. So with that being said, I'm going to play it one more time. And then I'm going to wrap the stream up. I'm going to have to see what I do for the part after the drop, because I'm not sure if I wanted to wind down just yet. So I'll have to see. Let me just check this section one more time. Thank you. And one more thing. Still hear lower than that. Alright, I think we're ready to go. I'm going to play this one more time, and then I'll wrap up the stream for this time. Then I'll see if we're going to continue working on it and the next stream, or if we're going to start something new. Maybe that would be pretty cool too. I wanted to move over Gravity to Bitwig, so I could finish it in here too, because finishing songs in Ableton is just yeah, kind of not it. With that being said, I'm going to play this one more time. I'm going to mute the mic, and then I'm going to head out. All right, here we go.
We're wide awake, catching the moonlight to watch the stars rise. So far away, the sky's igniting. I'll find a way to stay.
Catching the stars catching the stars catching the moonlight.
There we go. Alrighty, well, thanks everyone for sticking around. It was a fun stream, and hopefully I'll be streaming again soon. I don't know if it'll be next year or still this year, but there will definitely be more streams, particularly in Bitwig. I'll probably be locking in on Christmas regarding Black Data and stuff, just like finishing some projects, and then potentially maybe one more stream before end of the year, but more likely that we'll see each other next year. So yeah, y'all have a great rest of your weekend, and enjoy the little work in progress. At the end here, hopefully it came through entirely clean. And other than that, I'll see all of you soon. Bye bye.
We're wild.